Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Friday, January 17th here at the National Western Stock Show 2025, presented by Common Spirit Health. Common Spirit Health is the proud presenting partner and the official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. You can learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org. We're going to get started today with our National Western Super ROV Angus show in our ring, but before we do, like we do every single morning, if I could have everyone rise and remove cover for the playing of our national anthem. Coming into the ring for our Angus ROV show is our first class, which is class number 1 of bulls. We have in this class entry 3003, comes from Lakeview Angus of Meade, Colorado. This is the only entry within the class and the only class within the division. First place within class number 1 becomes your champion, Summer Bull Calf.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and let me be the first to welcome you to a very historic day here at the National Western Stock Show as we get ready for our last Angus show in this great Coliseum. And we start off our bull show this morning with a May bull calf, a single entry, who I understand is also going to be our division winner. So congratulations on a division winner here at the National Western, and I think you've done so with a real deserving individual. A bull that for his age I think has good size and tremendous length of body. Everywhere you look on that bull, you see length and stretch and extension. He's especially long-fronted, he's long-spined, and comes back to a really, really long hip. I think that bull has good shape for this stage of the game, good top, good rib shape, some meat and muscle when you get in behind him. We'll probably see bulls today that handle themselves just a little better on the move, and that's where I would improve him. But a great young individual with a good future in front of him. Congratulations again.
Your results for class number 1, first place, and your champion summer bull calf, entry 3003 from Lakeview Angus of Meade, Colorado. Up next will be class number 2 of our bulls. We will have in class number 2 3 entries. We'll have entry 3008 from David Smith out of Boulder, Colorado. 3009 comes from Michael Voloshin of Craig, Colorado. And entry 3010 comes from Ryan Gary Green of Hardin, Montana. These are the 3 entries that will make up class number 2 of your ROV Angus show. While we have a moment, we'll introduce our judge. It's none other than Mr. Jake Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. He's a partner in Krebs Ranch with his wife and 2 daughters, Cammie, Peyton, and Harper. He's a longtime friend of the Angus breed. He did his time at Oklahoma State University, and he was on the OK State livestock judging team. We appreciate Mr. Jake Scott taking the time today to evaluate, like he said, the last Angus show here in the historic Stadium Arena.
Moving into some April bulls here, really a good individual to win this class, and he does so pretty easily in a set of bulls that all have some quality to them. But this is by far the most powerfully constructed bull that has the most width, the most mass, the most shape and power from end to end. There's a wide-chested, big top, bold sprung, deep rib kind of a bull. It's got a really good hip. Love the bone. He handles it well in terms of his structure and his movement, and still puts it in a package that's really eye-appealing. The bull that's next most like him in terms of his power and his build belongs to the bull here in second, especially when we compare him to the bull in third. There's more chest width, there's more top shape, there's just more red meat in this muscle, and you see that especially as he goes away from you. And in as much as this bull might not hit his stride just perfectly, he still, for me, has a structure advantage in that there's more width at his hock when he goes away from you than the real attractive bull in third. No doubt the bull in third is striking from the side. He's as smooth-made, as good-shouldered, and as attractive in his pattern as anything in the entire class. Love the freshness of that bull. But for me today, I would just like to expand, starting from his chest and going all the way back into that hip, just see more width, more shape, and more expression, but a tremendously attractive bull in third. Congratulations to you all.
Your results for Class 2 of your bulls. Third place, entry 3009 from Michael Voloshin of Craig, Colorado. Second place, 3010 from Ryan Gary Green of Hardin, Montana. And your class winner, entry 3008, comes from David Smith of Boulder, Colorado. Making their way into the ring at this time will now be class number 3. Class 3 will consist of entries 3013 from Leighton Green of Hardin, Montana. 3015 comes from Lakeview Angus of Meade, Colorado. 3016 comes from Sauk Valley Angus of Rock Falls, Illinois. And entry 3019 comes from Lazy JB Angus of Montrose, Colorado. These are the 4 entries that are slated to make up Class 3.
Well, again, find a really, really nice, beautifully presented, high-quality bull to win the class. And for a lot of advantages that he probably has in this class, I think the advantage that stands out the most is his advantage in structure. I think as you compare the three bulls that we have to look at out here, he's the one who travels the freest of the group, the longest, most comfortable stride, but also a very attractive individual from a profile that gives you a good look of eye appeal, and still a bull that has plenty to him in terms of his shape, his mass, and his width. I think the judging contest happens between the bulls in second and third, and I'll be the first to admit you could probably switch these around, but here's the way that I see them today. In a pair of bulls who both need to move better off of their back legs today, I think there's more true shape and muscle in the bull that I've chosen here in second. I think that bull's got more real power up in his chest, more top, more hip, more thickness when you get behind him. So from a power advantage, I give him the nod, but in doing so, certainly recognize that the more attractive bull belongs to this bull in third. This bull ties in neater in his shoulder. He's dropped down a little bit more in his rear flank today, which gives him a cooler look from the side. But on the other side of the coin, as I said, not as powerfully built, a bull that sets down a little lower in his pins, gets his legs underneath him more than what I prefer today. Congratulations to these three on a competitive class.
Your results for class number 3 on your Angus ROV show. Third place entry 3015 from Lakeview Angus of Meade, Colorado. Second place 3013 from Leighton Green of Hardin, Montana. And your class winner, 3019, comes from Lazy JB Angus of Montrose, Colorado. In the ring at this time is now class number 4. We have 4 entries slated for class 4. 3020 comes from SNR Angus LLC of Weston, Wisconsin. 3024 comes from Keegan Caroline Mather of State Center, Iowa. 3025 comes from Chestnut Angus Farm of Pipestone, Minnesota. And rounding out our class is entry 3026 from Olivia Gerloff of Bland, Missouri. These are the 4 entries that will make up class number 4. We have a date of birth on these bulls from February 29th through February 2nd of 2024.
really competitive top pair and a nice set of the bulls that we have to choose from here. And I go back and forth, quite honestly, between the two bulls in first and second. And it's a fun pair to discuss. The gentleman's bull that we have out here that I'm going to choose to win it, no doubt, is a powerfully built bull. The bull's got shape, he's got body, he's got a good hip when you get in behind him, and still gives you a real nice look with some presence and some attitude and some eye appeal from the side. This is a bull that as I begin to compare the two, I just think he fits together a little better. Not as big in his kind, he's not quite as long-sided, but with that also comes a little bit more smoothness down that side. Could he reach just a little bit better as he travels out of that hip? In my opinion, he could, and I give that advantage to the bigger bull here that I place second. Bull in second's really fresh. Not quite as heavy, but not carrying quite as much condition either, so I think we need to recognize that. But this is a bull that the longer I study him, I just don't think he transitions quite as nicely from his shoulder into his forerib. I don't know that he sits up quite as nicely in his placement today, but there's a bull that'll just fill your eyes up with looks from the side, beautifully presented, lots of quality, lots of length. The bull that comes to us in third is another bull that's really attractive from the side, gets a little more up on his pasterns for me today. And then a bull that in some ways resembles our class winner, finishes out the class, but compared to him, he turns out a little more up front and just struggles more on the move today. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Your results for class number 4. Fourth place, entry 3024 from Keegan Caroline Mather. Third place, 3026 from Olivia Gerloff. Second place, 3020 from SNR Angus LLC. And your class winner is entry 3025 from Chestnut Angus Farm. Making their way into the ring is now class number 5. This is the last class within our junior bull calf division. Within class 5, we have entries 3032 from Clifford and Sons Bush. 3034 comes from 6 Mile Ranch. 3036 comes from Chestnut Angus Farm. And 3037 comes from Double C Stock Farm. These are the 4 entries that will make up class number 5.
On to our January bulls now. I think we're shaping up to have a nice division here to sort from here very, very shortly. And here's a bigger bull that we're going to use in this January class. Admittedly, a little larger frame type of bull here, but a bull that's just got a lot to him in terms of his length, in terms of his thickness, and I think still a really, really good looking bull. I like this bull in a lot of ways. I think he's real practical. I think the bull's sound enough for the way that he's built and as much mass and as much weight and performance as he carries. And a bull that I think, as you study him on paper, stands out as one of the better bulls that we've seen this morning in terms of his growth numbers, his weaning, his yearling, his dollar B, dollar C, all very, very good, especially wrapped into a bull that still maintains, I think, a lot of eye appeal, a lot of phenotype, and just quality. Congratulations on a class winner. A bull that I admire a great deal is this bull in second. He's a more moderate bull that's got more body volume and more rib shape than does our class winner. He's a sound moving bull, especially up off of that front end. I like that about him. In fact, I like this bull a great deal, you might say, just until you get right back into that hip. And for me, that bull drops just a little more in his pin placement today. I don't think he's as pulled apart and as square in his pins when you get right in behind him. Those pins set a little bit lower. If we could elevate that, maybe pull those apart just a little bit, I sure think he gives that bull in first place a real run for his money. I'm a big fan of the bull in second. The gentleman that places third today does so with a really, really high-powered bull on paper. And in person, we see a bull that's super tall-fronted. He's super long-sided, but today he just needs to have some improvements in terms of his structure to go any higher. Congratulations to all three.
Your results coming in for class number 5. Third place, entry 3037 from Double C Stock Farm. Second place comes from 3034 from 6 Mile Ranch. And your class winner is entry 3032 from Clifford & Sons. If you're following along in the program, it is 1, 2, scratch 3. Making their way into the ring now is going to be all of our class winners from classes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Our judge, Mr. Jake Scott, will select your champion and reserve champion junior bull calves. Coming back from class number 2, first place, David Smith. From class 3, first place, Lazy JB Angus. From class 4, entry 3025 from Chestnut Angus Farm. And coming back from the last class that was just in the ring, which was class 5, we have 3032 from Clifford & Sons.
Well, first and foremost, for our first division exhibitors here, let's give them a nice round of applause, please. I'll be the first to admit we've got some differences out here, differences in size and things like that, but boy, the commonality is this is a pretty massive set of bulls. Thick, wide, really powerful in their construction. Bulls that have good testicles underneath them. My favorites are going to be the bulls that I think are the better footed ones of the group. I think they're the bulls that still have a lot of balance and presence and show ring look. And I just think it's a pair of bulls that fit together. For my champion today, I'm going to congratulate this second bull. We'll use him to win the division.
Your champion junior bull calf comes from class number 3. That is entry 3019 from Lazy JB Angus of Montrose, Colorado. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will be the second place from Class 3. That'll be entry 3013 from Leighton Green.
The bull that I just think matches up well with him, still a really good individual. Congratulations, these folks in the third spot here. They'll be reserved.
Your reserve champion junior bull calf comes from class number 4. That is entry 3025 from Chestnut Angus Farm of Pipestone, Minnesota. In the ring at this time is now class number 6. Class number 6 is got a single entry, 3039 from Braxton Tate Cole of Lockney, Texas. Date of birth on this individual is November 3rd of 2023.
Well, our single entry bull is one that could sure stand some competition. Boy, he is really, really attractive in his profile. That's about as tight-necked and clean-throated of a bull as has walked through here this morning. But from there back, he comes into some power and some shape. Bull's sure got some top, some width and squareness to his hip, some width as he goes away from you. A good-bodied, clean-sheathed bull. It's got a set of testicles under him as well. Be fun to see him out here with some competition where he kind of frees up and travels around with a little more comfort. But congratulations on a well-deserved class winner here at the National Western this morning.
Results for class number 6, first place. Entry 3039 from Braxton Tate Cole of Lockney, Texas. We'll clear out our ring and bring up class number 7. Class 7 has 2 entries slated for it. We have entries 3040 from Ryan and Bridget Van Zee of Sioux Center, Iowa. And entry 3043 comes from Zachary McCall of Greenville, Virginia. These are the 2 entries that will make up class number 7.
Really a nice pair of October bulls here, but my favorite pretty easily belongs to the gentleman I pulled out in first. A more moderate frame bull than the bull that places second, but in doing so, he brings a lot more to the table, I think, in terms of just body and softness of rib, and I really like the foot quality under this bull compared to the bull in second, and still super attractive, beautifully designed, excellent in terms of his hip structure and his tail head setting, a good-bodied bull that's real tight sheath. I think an excellent place to begin our class. The bigger framed, longer sided bull of the pair comes to us in second. Bull's got tremendously good bone and large feet. I think this is a bull that just have to admire so much for the amount of length and extension and true performance that this bull has. He's large testicled, but today he doesn't carry as much mass. He's tighter lower third of his rib cage. He wants to get up higher in his rump and in his tail head. I'd like to smooth him out a little bit in that regard. Nice pair of bulls, though. Congratulations to you both.
Results coming in for class number 7. Second place, Ryan and Bridget Van Zee of Sioux Center, Iowa. Your class winner, entry 3043, comes from Zachary McCall of Greenville, Virginia. Making their way into the ring at this time is now class number 8. Class 8 has 4 entries. The entries include 3,000 from Paige Christine Gonzalez of Pemberton, Minnesota. 3046 comes from Thummel Angus of Sheridan, Missouri. 3047 comes from Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. And rounding out our class is entry 3048 from Lakeview Angus of Meade, Colorado. These are your 4 bulls that will make up the last class of our division of senior bull calves. While our judge, Mr. Jake Scott from Gordon, Nebraska, continues to evaluate our bulls in our ring, I want to make sure that we highlight some of National Western Stock Show's sponsors. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. The innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at their core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. The Colorado Farm Show. It's one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation. The tradition continues January 28th, 29th, and 30th at the Island Grove Regional Park in Greeley. You can see the latest agricultural equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more information, go to coloradofarmshow.com. Saunders Construction. They were locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in the Centennial State. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. You can visit www.saundersinc.com for more information on career opportunities. Also, John Deere. John Deere is the official ag and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now and in the future. Always remember, nothing runs like a deer.
Well, it's fun to get into these older bulls now, and as we get into our last class, I believe, before the division of these fall-born bulls, we still find a bull that even with a little age, still has a lot of look and quality and presence, and I That, coupled with his soundness, is what gets him to the top of this class. Super, super attractive bull, balances up so well. He's the most fault-free bull in this class. I like him in terms of his design, his testicles. His soundness is impeccable relative to the rest of this class. He's not the heaviest bull in here, but I think he's got plenty to him in terms of real mass, real meat, and real substance. I think there's enough bull there for me to go ahead and start the class. Certainly, though, if we want to talk about a more performance-oriented bull, we've got to talk about the bull in second. A bull that certainly did mash down harder on the scales this morning. Tremendously long-bodied bull. We might not see another bull this long-sided all day long. Long up through his front, long down his spine. And look how long that bull is from his hooks to his pins. Even the way that bull travels. He travels with length of stride. It's probably that advantage in stride that I like a little better over the bull in third. Bull in third's another one of the heavyweights in the class, and he is shapy. Boy, he's ripped up down his top with a lot of bulge and product and muscle. Got a big meaty hip in him, but that comes at the expense of some roundness and tightness when he moves. Young lady's bull that completes the class. Really, really clean in his design, clean in his sheath, clean up through that front end, but one that struggles a little more than I prefer today when we watch him travel around the ring. Good job on a good class. We'll look forward to our division.
Your results for class number 8. Fourth place, Paige Christine Gonzalez. Third place, Epperson Cattle Company. Second place, Lakeview Angus. And your class winner, Thummel Angus. At this time, we will now bring back all of our class winners from classes 6, 7, and 8. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion senior bull calves. From class number 6, entry 3039 from Braxton Tate Cole. From class number 7, first place, 3043 from Zachary McCall. From class number 8, first place, entry 3046 from Thummel Angus. Those are your first place winners in contention and consideration for your champion senior bull calf.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we look towards a division champion here, I think you'd have to agree that we got some eye candy out here in the ring. 3 bulls that are just loaded up with presence and eye appeal and smoothness and quality when you look at them from the side. We might not have another division today that has this much look from one bull to the other. And I really compliment these exhibitors on the eye appeal that they're breeding into their cattle. We're suckers for quality in our operation, and we love to look at cattle that have a look. And this set of bulls right here certainly fit that category. That being said, I think there's 2 bulls that fit together real naturally for champion and reserve. They're real consistent in terms of their type and kind, but between those 2, I think my champion's just a little more of him in terms of his height and stature. I think there's a little more of him in terms of his bone and his footwork. Congratulations to the gentleman right here in the middle. He's going to be your division champion. And we're going to follow him up with the bull behind him for reserve. Nice pair of bulls, guys.
Your champion senior bull calf is entry 3043 from Zachary McCall. Your reserve champion is entry 3046 from Thummel Angus. Making their way into the ring now is class number 9. Class number 9 has a single entry. This is entry 3052 from Doug Satry Angus.
Well, it sometimes sounds a little phony to say that this is a single entry that could stand more competition, but that truly fits this bull pretty good. That's a good-looking bull, and especially as we get into these coming 2-year-olds, to find bulls that still maintain a lot of soundness and a lot of freshness of condition, I think it's very impressive, and that's 2 things that I like about this bull. Good-looking, long-sided, really moves around the ring good, nice feet, bone, and testicle under this bull. Be fun to see him out here a little bit later today. Congratulations.
Results for class number 9. First place and your champion intermediate bull is entry 3052 from Doug Satry Angus of Montague, Texas. Now making their way into the ring is class number 10. Class number 10 has 2 entries. This is a new division. This is our junior yearling bull division. Within class 10, we have entries 3058 from Ryan Gary Green of Hardin, Montana. And entry 3059 comes from Zane Baragri of Absaroki, Montana.
On to a set of March bulls here and our coming 2-year-olds. I don't think there's a last place bull in this class by any stretch of the imagination. These are 2 good bulls, but they just, they're so different from one another. In fact, I think in a perfect world, if you could combine parts and pieces of each kind of into one, you could have something absolutely spectacular. These are the differences that I see today. I'm going to use the bull that's more moderate in his frame size, and not because he's more moderate, but I think he's just more complete. I like him better from the ground up. I think that bull stands on a little better foot today. I think he's tremendously bold in the way that he's designed in that big, massive body of his. From his shoulder, he blends so wide and so good into his forerib there. Tremendous depth and power to his rib cage, and it runs right back into that good, deep flank that he has. That bull still maintains a lot of balance and correctness and eye appeal, and for a more moderate statured bull, I still think he has pretty good length, especially back there in his hip. For a real wide, meaty bull, handles himself on the move real well. Do I prefer the length of this bull in second? Absolutely. This bull's got more altitude. He's got more height and frame and stature, and in doing so, he's still extremely clean made. He kind of reminds me of that single entry in the previous division that was just so tight up through his throat latch. Loved the length, loved the stretch to him, but today I think this bull just gets a little tighter up there in that forerib. I'd like to see him stand on a little square hoof in terms of his shape today, but as I begin by saying, by no means a last place individual. Those are 2 good bulls. Please give both of those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results for class number 10. Second place goes to Ryan Gary Green of Hardin, Montana. And your class winner is entry 3059 from Zane Baragri of Absaroka, Montana. Making their way into the ring at this time is now class number 11. Class 11 has a single entry. Within class 11, entry 3063 comes from David and Steph Dickerson of Paradise, Kansas, Griswold Cattle Company of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and Rocking W. Angus of Waterford, California.
We were just commenting at ringside as how impressive some of the individuals have been that have come through the ring today. And here's another bull that certainly fits that description. Really, really impressive. Beautifully presented, well-shown bull, but a bull that, again, puts a lot of pieces in the right places for me. It's a good designed, well-built bull that travels nicely. He's really, really good in terms of his depth of side and the volume and the capacity that he has. Love the smoothness and the soundness that he has. I think a bull that's very adequate in terms of his width and his squareness and his muscularity. Congratulations on a well-deserved class winner.
Your results for class 11 in your ROV Angus show. First place entry 3063 comes from David and Steph Dickerson of Paradise, Kansas, Griswold Cattle of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and Rocking W. Angus of Waterford, California. Making their way into the ring for your Northern Show ring is still our ROV Angus show. This is Class 12. Class 12 has 3 entries slated for it. We have entries 3065 from Hilltop Angus Ranch of Denton, Montana, Caitlin Lee Poser of Denton, Montana. We have entry 3067 comes from Samantha Podsmick of Mitchell, South Dakota, and entry 3068 from the DLX LLC of Baker City, Oregon. These are the 3 entries that are slated for Class 12. We welcome over in our Southern Show ring our Shorthorn show. We have in the ring our National Shorthorn Plus show. We have class number 1. These are early spring bull calves. We have 2 entries slated for this class. 4822 comes from Curtis Genetics of Dunlap, Iowa. And 4823 comes from Hearts and Diamond Cattle Company of Warden, Montana. These 2 entries are the only entries within the class and the only class in the division, so first and second will become your champion and reserve champion spring bull calves.
Well, another nice pair of bulls that we have here, even as we get into these older bulls with smaller classes, they're good looking. The bull that we're going to use to win the class, I think, wins it because there's some advantages in muscle shape and width of top and thickness of hip that I prefer. And along with that, as you watch him travel around the ring, he does so, I think, better than the bull that does in second. With those advantages, he still maintains a good look. The bull's real sluggish out here today and just wants to drag around the ring. I think when he gets his head up, he gives you a better look. But if I were going to change him, I would give him more of the shoulder structure and more of the neck set of the bull that we have here in second. I think certainly he is the better looking bull up through his front end, and just in terms of his neck attachment, smoothness of shoulder, width of shoulder, I like that bull better. But from there back, I don't think he measures as well in terms of overall power and width and muscle. Doesn't travel quite as nicely as our class winner today.
Your results coming in for class number 12 on your Angus ROV side. Second place entry 3068 from DLX LLC of Baker City, Oregon. And your class winner entry 3065 from Hilltop Angus and Caitlin Lee Poser of Denton, Montana. At this time within our Angus show, we will bring back our class winners from 10, 11, and 12. Our judge, Mr. Jake Scott, will select your champion and reserve champion junior yearling bulls. Your results coming in from your Shorthorn Plus show from class number 1. Second place, your Reserve Champion Spring Bull Calf, and your Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull is entry 4823 from Hearts and Diamond Cattle Company of Warden, Montana. Your first place, your Champion Spring Bull Calf, and your Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull is entry 4822 from Curtis Genetics of Dunlap, Iowa. At this time, we will take a picture break at the backdrop with our Shorthorn show, and we will get started up with our heifer classes momentarily.
Well, an interesting lineup of these older bulls here as we're working our way through our 2-year-olds. The gentleman's bull up in the front of the youngest bull up here in the lineup. A more moderate frame bull, but ultra complete. Bull that travels around the ring in good shape. He's really loaded up with body and depth and forerib. Still maintains a lot of correctness in terms of his skeleton and pattern. I think that's a bull that checks a lot of boxes. The single entry bull comes back into our lineup and boy fits in nicely. He's impressive in a lot of ways from a visual standpoint. His smoothness, his completeness, his soundness, his correctness. He too brings a lot of mass and body and capacity to this lineup and still maintaining a lot of squareness, a lot of correctness and levelness, very adequate in his muscle. A bull that I like a lot, but is maybe a little off type in this lineup is the bull out of the last class. A bigger, longer kind of a bull that's got good muscle. With that comes a little more shoulder and boldness up front. As much as anything, I wish we could just kind of wake him up today. He's fought the process the whole way, and but there's a lot of good in those bulls. I think for me in this lineup, my favorite and my division champion belongs to the lady right here in the middle. Congratulations.
Your champion junior yearling bull comes from class 11. That is entry 3063, owned by David and Steph Dickerson, Griswold Cattle, and Rocking W. Angus. Your reserve champion junior yearling bull comes from class number 10. That is entry 3059 from Zane Baragri. Back over to your Shorthorn Plus show. We now have in the ring class number 1. These are going to be our Shorthorn Plus female category. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, doing pictures. Over in your Angus show, we have in the ring class 13. Within class 13, we have a single entry. We have entry 3069, comes from Clayton Hester of New Sharon, Iowa, and Double C Stock Farm, also from New Sharon, Iowa.
Here in our single entry class, we got a really long-sided, stretchy kind of a bull. It's got a lot of depth in the middle of his body. And I think if you are keeping score on paper, here's a bull that reads as nicely as about any bull that we've had in here today. A lot of weaning, a lot of yearling growth, particularly good on his carcass figures and his $C. Really, really nice set of data to go with that bull. Congratulations on a class winner.
Results for Class 13, first place, entry 3069 from Clayton Hester and C Stock Farm. We will clear out our Angus show ring and bring up Class 14. Class 14 will consist of 2 entries. Within Class 14, entries 3071 comes from Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. And entry 3072 is owned by Hollinger Land and Cattle of Neudorf Rafter D4 Cattle Company and Circle F Farms and CSI Angus. Those are your 2 entries that will make up Class 14. Now making way into the Shorthorn show ring is going to be class number 1 of late spring heifer calves. Within this first class of our Shorthorn Plus female show, we have entries 4831 comes from Callaway Lorenzo of Sterling, Colorado, and 4832 from Julia Lyons of New Auburn, Wisconsin.
Well, an interesting pair of bulls to evaluate here. The bull that we're going to use to win the class is a really, really big-bodied bull that's awfully good up in his forerib. His volume, his capacity as good as anything. A little more medium frame size type of a bull than what the bull is here in second. But But the advantages I think that he has is the way that that bull blends from his shoulder into the forerib is better today than is the bull in second. And on the stand, I like the way he parks his back leg and sets it down a little better than that bull in second. A little more depth of body, but a big function of that is because this bull's carrying a lot more condition than is the bull in second. And that's beginning to work against him as you watch this bull travel. And I certainly be the first to admit, I think the bull needs leaned up a scotch and he needs to move better off of those rear legs. The gentleman's bull in second is the longer bodied bull of the pair. I think this bull moves better off up his front end today, takes a longer, more effortless stride up there. But I think the problem is when you study his back leg, that leg wants to set underneath him a little bit more, and he just doesn't stand down with as much eye appeal in the way that that's connected into his hock and hip as is our class winner today. That's a bull that, although he's a little leaner, I would sure change him in the way that he connects from that deeper shoulder into that forerib. Real good pair of bulls, a competitive class. Congratulations to you both.
Your results for Class 14 on your Angus side. Second place, 3071, comes from Catherine Coleman. And your class winner is entry 3072, which is owned by Hollinger Landed Cattle, Rafter D4 Cattle, and Circle F Farms and CSI Angus. Up next within our Angus show, we'll bring in Class 15. We have a single entry in Class 15. 3073 comes from Jeff Fruling and Austin Nowatzki. This is the last class within the division.
Our single entry bull class over on the Angus side sure brings us a nice one. A bull that's, I think, most fun to look at on the stand. Gives you an awesome look. Lots of length relative to, I think, his reasonable frame size. Bull's built and put together real well from a smoothness and a quality standpoint. His body, his cleanliness of chest, cleanliness of sheath is very, very good. Bull's got a lot to him when you get in behind him. A lot like that bull that won the last class. I'd just free him up a little bit if we could when we watch him go around the ring, but an awfully impressive, good-looking individual to win this class.
Results for Class 15 on your Angus side. First place, entry 3073, comes from Jeff Fruling and Austin Nowatzki. At this time, within our Angus show, we will bring back our class winners from classes 13, 14, and 15, and our judge will select your champion senior bulls. Over in your Shorthorn Plus show, your results coming in out of class number 1. Second place went to entry 4832 from Julia Lyons, and your class winner was entry 4831 from Callaway Lorenzo. In the ring at this time now is going to be class number 2 of late spring heifer calves. Within Class 2, we have entries 4834 from Taven Locke of Sterling, Colorado, 4835 from Julia Lyons of New Auburn, Wisconsin, and 4836 comes from J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. Your judge for the Open Shorthorn Show is Mr. Dr. Dave Nichols. He's native born to Brookston, Indiana. He graduated from Purdue University. While at Purdue, he was a member of Dr. Roger Hunsley's livestock judging team. After graduation, Dr. Nichols moved west to Kansas State, where he completed his master's and PhD. He was a longtime faculty member at Kansas State, where he taught courses in beef production, livestock evaluation, introductory animal science, and coached the judging team. He recently retired from teaching and now is building a consultant firm for the construction of a new livestock arena north of the campus. Dr. Nichols has judged many of the major shows and state fairs, including the Shorthorn Junior Nationals. He owns and operates A&D Angus Ranch, which produces registered Angus seed stock. He and his wife, Anita, have 2 grown children and 1 granddaughter, Madeline, who loves to help Grandpa feed the cows. We appreciate Dr. Dave Nichols judging the Shorthorn Show.
Well, first of all, let's give these bull exhibitors a nice round of applause. Powerful division, some really good-looking bulls. And as we've said, you get to this age, as all of you folks know and have heard said before, it's hard to manage these bulls. It's hard to keep them looking this good and moving well and all that. And there's some bulls in here that I'll admit are starting to wrestle with that and struggle a little bit, especially on the movement thing. But I think that's a function of their maturity and their feed, and as long as they've been shown, I still think the 2 best individuals in here and the 2 best bulls that fit together and what will be my champion in reserve. I'm going to go ahead and congratulate the bull here in the 3rd spot. He's going to be your division champion. Congratulations. And we're going to follow him up with the bull right in front for reserve today. Nice job to you guys.
Your champion senior bull is entry 3073 from Jeff Fruling and Austin Nowatzki. And your reserve champion senior bull is entry 3072 from Hollinger Land Cattle and Rafter D4 Cattle and Circle F Farms. Over in your Angus show ring, we now have our grand champion drive for our champion ROV Angus bull. From your first division, your champion summer bull calf comes from Lakeview Angus of Meade, Colorado. Your second division champions of your junior bull calves is entry 3019 from Lazy JB Angus of Montrose, Colorado. The reserve from that division is entry 3025 from Chestnut Angus Farms. In your third division, your champion senior bulls of the bull calf category, champion entry 3043 from Zachary McCall of Greenville, Virginia. The reserve being entry 3046 from Thummel Angus. Your fourth division, which is your intermediate bulls, your champion 3052 from Doug Satry Angus of Montague, Texas. Your fifth division, your champion junior yearling bull, is entry 3063 from David and Steph Dickerson, Griswold Cattle Company, and Rocking W. Angus. The reserve comes from entry 3059 from Zane Baragry. And your champion senior bulls, and that's your sixth division, champion 3073 comes from Jeff Fruling and Austin Nowatzki. The reserve being from entry 3072, which is owned by Hollinger Land and Cattle, Rafter D4 Cattle, and Circle F Farms and CSI Angus.
Well, I know we have a lot of Angus show left to go today, but I want to say how much I've enjoyed sorting through the bulls. Bulls are a pretty special part of our business, and so I take this job very, very seriously, and I compliment all the breeders and the exhibitors and the people who work on these cattle for such a tremendous show today. Let's honor those folks right now with a nice round of applause for a good bull show this morning. Very historic moment as we select our champion and reserve champion bulls. I guess for the last time we see the banner outside that Showtimes has. I thought that summed it up pretty good. One last time. The bull that I think I'm going to use today, I'll say this. I look forward to the day, and maybe it happens in another show ring at this facility or someplace else, but I look forward to the day when we can bring the production side and the show side of our business a little more back together. And I think the bull that I'm going to use today, as I study the bull, I study his structure, I study his muscle, his feet, his testicles, and then I study the data. I think there's sure parts of it that are very usable. I hope he's a step in that direction of selecting bulls, showing bulls, exhibiting bulls here at the National Western who are accepted by a broad range of people. Not just the show crowd, not just the production crowd, not just the performance crowd, but I look forward to the day where we have Angus bulls that are accepted by the whole swath of Angus breeders that we have. And again, in as much as I can do that when I'm judging shows, I'm going to take steps in those directions to do that. Congratulations again to all the breeders. It'll be a privilege now to find you a couple of champions.
Your grand champion bull comes from your third division of senior bull calves. That is entry 3043 from Zachary McCall of Greenville, Virginia. Your reserve grand champion also comes from the same division of senior bull calves. That is entry 3046 from Thummel Angus of Sheridan, Missouri. Congratulations to our Angus exhibitors. Your results coming in from class number 5 of your Shorthorn show and the Southern Show Ring. First place entry 4837 comes from Reese Locke of Sterling, Colorado. Making their way into the ring for Shorthorns would be class number 6. These are early spring heifer calves. We have 2 entries slated for class 6. 4840 comes from Brock Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. 4841 comes from Emily Schellenberg of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. These are the 2 entries that will make up class number 6 of your Shorthorns. Within our Angus ROV show, we have paused for pictures at the backdrop with our judge, Mr. Jake Scott. A reminder that the official photographers of the National Western is Legacy Livestock Imaging. No cell phone photography is allowed at the backdrop. Please allow Legacy Livestock Imaging to be the official photographers here at the National Western. Your results coming in for class number 6 of your Shorthorn Plus female show of early spring heifer calves. Second place entry 4840 goes to Brock Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. Your class winner entry 4841 from Emily Schellenberg of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners from 5 and 6. Our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, will select your champion and reserve champion spring heifer calves. Making their way back from class number 5, first place, entry 4837 from Reese Locke of Sterling, Colorado. Making their way back from class number 6, which was just in the ring, first place, 4841 from Emily Schellenberg of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. These are your first place entries. In consideration for Dr. Dave Nichols to select your champion early spring heifers. Your champion early spring Shorthorn Plus heifer is entry 4841 from Emily Schellenberg. Your reserve champion also comes from the same class. That is entry 4840 from Brock Ruby. In the ring now for your Shorthorns is now class number 9. These are junior heifer calves. We have entries 4843 from Eisenhower Cattle Company of Wellfleet, Nebraska, and entry 4844 from Reese Locke of Sterling, Colorado. These are the two entries that make up your class number 9. Your results for class number 9 of junior Shorthorn Plus heifers. Second place, 4843, comes from Eisenhower Cattle Company of Wellfleet, Nebraska. Your class winner, 4844, comes from Reese Locke of Sterling, Colorado. Making their way into the ring is now class number 10. This is the last class within the division of junior heifer calves. We have 2 entries. 4845 comes from Brock Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. And 4846 comes from J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. These are the 2 entries that make up your last class of junior heifers. Your results for class number 10 of junior Shorthorns. Second place, 4845 from Brock Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. Class winner, 4846 from J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. At this time, within our Shorthorn Plus show, we will bring back our class winners from classes 9 and 10. Our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, will select your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves. And we'd like to welcome back our Angus exhibitors. We have started now with our cow-calf pair category within our Angus show. This will be class number 16. Class 16 has a single entry. 3079 comes from Garrett Green of Powell Butte, Oregon. This is the only entry in the class, the only class in the division. First place within Class 16 will become your champion cow-calf pair.
Well, congratulations, our one and only cow-calf pair here on being champion at the National Western. Real productive young little cow there, shown in a real-world body condition, just lean and honest, but she's long-sided, she's long-hipped, she's level in her design, and big strapping, thick-made heifer calf at her side. Congratulations to you fellas.
Your champion cow-calf pair for the 2025 National Western Stock Show's Angus ROV show is entry 3079 from Garrett Green of Powell Butte, Oregon. At this time, we will take a quick picture with our judge at the backdrop, I believe. I leave that open-ended as a question. I don't know if we're doing that yet. But if we're not, we're going to move right into our Class 17 of females. That'll be up next. Your champion junior Shorthorn Plus heifer calf comes from class number 10. That is entry 4846 from J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf comes from class number 9. That is entry 4844 coming from Reese Locke of Sterling, Colorado. Up next within our Shorthorn show will be class number 13. This is our senior heifer calf division. We will have in class 13 a single entry. Entry 4848 comes from Bianca Wood of McCook, Nebraska. This is the only entry in the class, the only class in the division. First place in class 13 becomes your champion senior heifer calf. Your results for class 13, first place, and your champion senior heifer calf, entry 4848 comes from Bianca Wood of McCook, Nebraska. Within our Shorthorn show, we will now bring back all of our division winners. Our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, will select your champion and reserve grand champion, Shorthorn Plus females. From your first division, your champions, your late spring heifer calf division, champion 4836 from J.C. Stutzman. The reserve being 4831 from Callaway Lorenzo. Your second division, which is your early spring heifer calves, your champions, 4841 from Emily Schillenberg. The reserve being 4840 from Brock Ruby. Your third division of junior heifer calves, your champion, 4846 from J.C. Stutzman. The reserve being 4844 from Reese Locke. And your fourth and final division of senior heifer calves, your champion, entry 4848 from Bianca Wood. These are your division champions in consideration for Mr. Dr. Dave Nichols' selection of his grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus females. We welcome back our Angus exhibitors to the show ring. We have now our female category. We have Class 17. Within Class 17, we have entries 3084 from Callie Flood of Oakdale, California. 3085 comes from Spencer Allen Wright of Lebanon, Tennessee. And we have entry 3087 comes from Lazy JB Angus of Montrose, Colorado. These are your three entries that make up Class 17 on your Angus ROV show. Your grand champion Shorthorn Plus female comes from your first division of spring heifer calves. That is entry 4836 from J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus female comes from your second division. That is your champion from the early spring heifer calf division. Entry 4841 from Emily Schillenberg of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors. At this time within our Shorthorn show, we will now pause for a picture break at the backdrop with Dr. Dave Nichols, and then we will bring right on to our purebred bull show. Now we'll hear from Mr. Jake Scott on our Angus side.
Well, we welcome those of you who are just joining us to the Angus Female Show, and we started off with a real spectacular trio of heifers. I like all three of them a great deal. I think easily the heifer that's the stoutest in her build, the squarest in her hip, and the most powerful in her bone and footwork belongs to the young lady in first. She's an ultra fresh heifer that's real genuine in her rib shape. I like the depth and the power that I see up in her forerib. I love the way how that heifer comes so true and so level out of the point of her shoulder right through her loin and back to that long square-built hip. She's as pulled apart and as stout in her hip as any of the three, and she certainly does stand on more bone today. Is she as pencil-necked as the other two heifers? Maybe not, and that's something I would grant to the heifer in second. Here's a really long, smooth-sided, real attractive heifer who probably is a little tidier about her head and neck than our heifer that wins the class, but on the other side of the coin gives up a little bit in terms of stoutness of feature when we look at the bone work. A real big-butted heifer here comes to us in third. Really got a deep stifle in her, really bulges out there. A real cute patterned heifer from the side. For me, I see her just a little shorter coupled today, but as much as anything, one that doesn't want to travel around as nicely. Wants to pop on her pasterns as we watch her travel around the ring. I bet a big part of that is just the first show jitters, and that might not go with her the rest of her life, but it's something that's there today, and so she's third. Congratulations to all three of you.
Your results for Class 17 on your Angus show. Third place, entry 3085 from Spencer Allen Wright. Second place, 3084 from Callie Flood. And your class winner was entry 3087 from Lazy JB Angus of Montrose, Colorado. Making their way into the ring is now Class 18. Class 18 is one of our larger classes for today's show. We have within Class 18 entry 3088 from Michael Voloshin of Craig, Colorado. 3092 comes from Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. 3093 comes from Jasper Willis Clark of Lecompton, Kansas. 3098 comes from Garrett Green of Powell Butte, Oregon. 3099 comes from Tyler Kraft of Fort Collins, Colorado. 3102 comes from Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. 3103 comes from McKenna Galloway of Springfield, Oregon. 3104 comes from Kay Bar D of Redmond, Oregon. 3105 comes from Hayden Riley Hahn of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. These are the entries that will make up your Class 18.
Well, we wade right off into a powerful, powerful class of May heifer calves and a top trio that are just exceptional. Depth of quality is tremendous in here, but the one that I settle on, I think, is really dominant in terms of power and build and shape. Of course, she's elegant and attractive from the side, as so many of these heifers are, but what separates her from the heifers in second and in third, first and foremost, compared to that heifer in second, there's more of her in terms of stature and in terms of length, and probably enough of her at this stage of the game, but I still think she's reasonable. I love the extra length of side, length of hip, and that is a big-topped, powerfully hipped, wide-based female that stands down on good bone and good foot, and as I said, still just gives you such a beautiful look from the side. Is the second place heifer the more moderate one of the top three? Yeah, she is, but I don't think she's a little bitty one either. I still think she's in the ballpark of what a May heifer calf can be, but she's so fault-free in her pattern and her design. I just love her from the side. Just a cookie cutter in terms of her silhouette, beautiful in her pattern, so ultra correct, handles herself nicely on the move. Not as long-sided, not as big-framed as the heifers on either side of her, but I'm willing to gamble a little bit on that one and see what's yet to come. We'll figure out a year from now if I was right or wrong, but I really like that heifer. She's got more of the squareness, more of the top shape of our class winner, and I think that's where she beats the heifer in third. The heifer in third is so ultrasound, as long-strided and as flexible and as athletic as anything in this entire class. She has more of the frame, more of the of our class winner, but what she doesn't have is the same muscle structure as our first two heifers, and you see that especially right in behind her shoulder, whereas today, especially on the top side, she wants to pinch a little bit behind that shoulder. Probably will come through to her with a little maturity, but today I'd like to stouten her up down her top just a little bit. The heifers that complete the class, here's a real fancy made heifer, just gets out powered, and then we get into some structure and balance issues as we work our way down for the remainder of the heifers. Great class. Those kids right there deserve a nice round of applause.
Within your Angus show, your results coming in for Class 17. 7th place, McKenna Galloway. 6th place, Michael Voloshin. 5th place, Garrett Green. 4th place, Jasper Willis Clark. 3rd place went to Suter Clark. 2nd place, Madison Fisher. And your class winner was entry 3105 from Hayden Riley Hahn. In your Angus show at this time, we now have our 1st and 2nd place winners from classes 17 and 18. And our judge, Mr. Jake Scott, will select your champion and reserve champion summer heifer calves. Over within your Shorthorn show, we have moved on to our purebred bull show. We just had in the ring class number 1 of late spring bull calves. Your results from class number 1, first place, 4860, and your champion late spring bull calf was entry 4860 from Peakview Ranch Incorporated of Fowler, Colorado. In the ring at this time for our Shorthorns is going to be class number 4. These are early spring bull calves. We have within this class entries 4866 from Jungle's Shorthorn Farm of Catherine, North Dakota. 4863 from Paint Valley Farms of Millersburg, Ohio. 4864 from Vogel Shorthorn Farms of Rogers, North Dakota. 4865 comes from Adeline Vaughn of Maxwell, Iowa. And 4867 comes from Brenstall Farms of Butler, Ohio. These are your entries that make up class number 4. First place and 2nd place within class number 4 become your champion and reserve champion early spring bull calves.
Well, congratulations on our first division of these heifers. A really, really powerful way to start off. The heifer that we have up here got to the top of that class just for stoutness and bone and power, still having a nice look, and I like that about her here. A lot the same for that heifer in second. Boy, she is powerfully made, big hipped, and still very, very ladylike. I think she wins this division for me. Congratulations. We'll take a closer look for reserve.
Your champion summer Angus heifer calf comes from our Class 18, 3105 from Hayden Riley Hahn of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. In consideration now, we'll move in second place from Class 18. That is going to be entry 3102 from Madison Fisher. Your reserve summer heifer calf comes from that exact same Class 18. That is going to be entry 3102 from Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. We'll now reset our Angus show ring and we'll move into class number 19. This will be an all-new division. This will be our junior heifer calf division number 1. Class 19 will have multiple entries. Within class 19, we have entries 3109 from Ella Brooks of Prospect-Town, Illinois. 3110 comes from Rocking W. Angus of Waterford, California. 3113 comes from Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma. 3114 comes from Mercedes Ferry of Sullivan, Indiana. 3115 comes from Daniel Young of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. 3120 comes from Hunter Shoemaker of Waynesville, Ohio. And rounding out our class is entry 3122 from Kelsey Ray Thies of Leavenworth, Kansas. Those are your entries that will make up class 19 of your Angus ROV show. Your results for class number 4 of your Shorthorn Purebred Bull Show. Third place, 4867 from Brenstall Farms of Butler, Ohio. Second place, your reserve champion early spring bull is going to be entry 4866 from Jungle's Shorthorn Farm of Catherine, North Dakota. Your class winner and your champion early spring bull calf, entry 4863 from Paint Valley Farms of Millersburg, Ohio. Up next in our program is class number 7. These are junior bull calves. This is the only class number 7 in the division. We have entries 4871 from Dominic Famaro and Dale Studer family. We have entry 4874 from Paint Valley Farms, 4873 from Bryn Jordan, and 4875 from Agerter Cattle Company. These are the entries that make up class number 7.
Well, another incredibly competitive class of these heifers, and competition goes way deep in this class. I think these first two, though, really put up a hard contest for one another, and these are the differences that I see. Both of these heifers, I think, are pretty evenly matched in terms of size, length, performance, and those type of things. I think both very acceptable there. But as I begin to analyze these two heifers from the side, from a skeleton and a balance standpoint, that's where I start to prefer this class winner a little more. And I think she's just more level in her design. As you study her height at her shoulder, her height at her hips, she's just more level from front to rear, whereas sometimes I feel like the second place heifer can run downhill slightly from those hips forward. I see just a little bit more smoothness, and I would say just a little bit more of a maternal look when I study that heifer's balance and presence and structure than this real stout-featured heifer in second. Gigantic top, gigantic hip, width at both ends of her skeleton, lots of body, but with that, perhaps a little more boldness about her shoulder, and as I said, not quite as level in her design. Just a tremendous heifer that comes to us in third. She's ultra fault-free on her own, nothing to criticize about her balance or her look, but I just think she gets out-measured by those two heifers in front of her, simply put. Working our way down the class, the pair of heifers that come next, I prefer the soundness up front, just a little more of the gentleman in the hat here compared to the heifer that comes around next. She's ultra stylish and ultra fresh. Wrap up the class with a big performance, growthy kind of heifer that just doesn't have as much body or soundness.
Your results coming in for class number 19 on your Angus ROV show. 6th place, 3120 from Hunter Shoemaker. 5th place, 3122 from Kelsey Ray Thies. 4th place, 3115 from Daniel Young. 3rd place, 3110 from Rocking W. Angus. 2nd place, 3109 from Ella Brooks. And your class winner, 3114, comes from Mercedes Ferry of Sullivan, Indiana. Coming in the ring now is class number 20. Class 20 consists of entries 3123 from Lane Toledo, 3124 from Fallon Gore, 3127 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow, 3187 from Tyler Nost, 3129 from Keegan Caroline Mather, 3131 comes from Claire Ann Mernon, and 3135 comes from Allie Perry. These are the entries that will make up class number 20. Your results coming in for class number 7 on your Shorthorn show. 4th place, 4871 from Dominic Famaro and Dale Studer. 3rd place, 4873, comes from Brian Jordan. 2nd place, and your reserve champion junior bull calf is entry 4875 from Agerter Cattle Company. And your class winner and your champion junior bull calf is entry 4874 from Paint Valley Farms. We will now move over into our next class, which is Class 10. This is a new division. This is our summer yearling bulls. We have a single entry in Class 10, entry 4877 from Steel Hill Ranch of Minto, North Dakota. This is the only class within the division. Therefore, first place within class number 10 will become your champion intermediate bull. Your results from class number 10 of intermediate champion bulls. 4877 Steel Hill Ranch takes the division. Up next will be class 13. This will be our junior yearling bull category. We have entries 4878 from Tate Luth and Emily Check, and 4879 from Lost Diamond B Ranch and Sully Shorthorns.
Well, let me apologize to these two young ladies and the other exhibitors in this class for the extra time we put in, but boy, I sure think they deserve it. It's a close placing on a pair of really, really good heifers, and I like them both, girls. If anybody wants to argue with me at one should have beat the other, you're probably not going to get much argument at all, but I think the important thing is for me to describe as best I can the differences that I see, and at the end of the day, I do like the added bone. I like the added foot size. I like the added depth of side, and just the fact that I think there's a little more heifer in terms of outline in the young lady's heifer that I pulled out in first. Both heifers are so nicely designed from the side. The young lady's heifer that I've chosen to start with is ultra sound in terms of her length of stride and her freedom of movement and the flexibility in her joints. Is she as overall big muscled and powerfully hipped as this heifer in second? I don't think she is. And so the question I have to answer, is there enough there? And for me, the answer is yes. But young lady, I'll certainly concede that I think your heifer today has more shape. I see more shape up at the top part of her rib cage, and when we study her back in her hip, I think she carries her muscle down lower into her hip than does that heifer in first. But again, super, super attractive. She's as tight-necked as anything we've seen today. But on the other side of the coin, the end of the day for me, gives up a little bit in bone work, a little bit in foot, ultra close placing there. Young man, you've got one of the heifers that we kind of talked about in the bull show that's beginning to get kind of intriguing from a data standpoint. She's big-ribbed. She too's a free and easy moving kind of heifer. I think she's pretty cowy in her design. She's got a little more chest today, maybe a little more roundness about her. But I think she's got some real good production pieces, and I like the data set that goes along with her. A real long-bodied heifer comes out next. I think a good cow prospect, but gives up a little bit of the pizzazz in the show ring. Young man, I love your heifer right here today. She just does not want to travel around the ring as good as she probably does at home, and it's going to cost her a little bit today, but a super nice heifer there to wrap up the class.
Your results coming out of class number 20 on your Angus show. 5th place, 31-23 from Lane Toledo. 4th place, 31-31 from Claire Ann Mernon. 3rd place, 31-87 from Tyler Notst. 2nd place, 31-24 from Fallon Gore. And your class winner, 31-35 from Allie Perry. Making their way into your Angus show ring now is class 21. Class 21 consists of entries 31-38 from Connor Cook of Huntley, Montana. 31-39 comes from Julie Gillette of Roy, Montana. 31-44 from Kelly Ann Gaffney of Barnveld, Wisconsin. 31-45 comes from Pfeiffer Rosenberger of Hayden, Idaho. 31-47 comes from Lane Toledo from California. And entry 31-48 from Hayden Hoffman of Thedford, Nebraska. That completes class 21. Your results for class 13, 2nd place, and your reserve champion junior bull is entry 48-78 from Tate Luth and Emily Check. Your champion junior bull, 1st place within class 13, is entry 48-79 from Lost Diamond B Ranch and Sully Shorthorns. In your Shorthorn show, we move on to class 16. Class 16 is a new division. These are 2-year-old bulls. We have a single entry within class 16. This is entry 4881. This comes via way of Wise Shorthorns and Studer Shorthorns. Your results for Class 16 and your champion senior bull is entry 4881 from Wise Shorthorns of Bethany, Illinois, and Studer Shorthorns of Creston, Iowa. At this time, we will now bring in our division winners for our purebred Shorthorn bulls. Our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, will select your grand champion and reserve grand champion Shorthorn bulls.
Well, the young lady here that we've got pulled out in first, I think in the end comes to the top real sensibly, real logically. She's got a heifer that not only has the kind of phenotype and eye appeal and balance that we see in second and third, but she brings a little more bone and foot and muscle to the table, perhaps compared to some of those others in class. Beautiful from the side, but what I think really separates her from that heifer in second is when you study her top, study her hip shape, her width from hooks to pins, I think she wins the contest. This young man in second's got one that is really fun to study on the move and then stopped looking at her from the side. A gorgeous silhouette. She's extremely high quality and nice profiling. I love her femininity and her design and her pattern. As I said, she's very comfortable in the way that she handles the ground out here, but by comparison today, just not as much meat and muscle over that top and through her hip. I don't think that's a problem for the young man's heifer that comes third. She's of these top three, maybe the most medium or moderate in her frame size, but I still think she's got plenty of that. I think where she gets out measured by those other two heifers is today in just length of spine, whereas she's just a touch more compact compared to those two heifers. I think it makes sense to leave her in third, but in doing so recognize that's a very high quality heifer. I'm a big fan of her. Wrapping around the class, the three heifers that close out are all heifers that have some good pieces. Here's a big boned, big bodied one that just gives up a little more balance. The two heifers that wrap up the class, not as much pizzazz, not as much soundness of structure. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. How about you folks let them hear from you with a nice round of applause?
Your results for Class 21 in your Angus show. 6th place, 3139 from Julia Gillette. 5th place, 3145 from Pfeiffer Rosenberger. 4th place, 3144 comes from Kelly Ann Gaffney. 3rd place, 3147 from Lane Toledo. 2nd place, 3138 comes from Connor Cook. And your class winner, 3148 from Hayden Hoffman. In the ring at this time for your Angus show will be Class 22. Class 22 will have entries 3150 from Riley Ann Green of Hardin, Montana. 3151 comes from Neela Bemoles of Janesville, Wisconsin. 3170 from Daniel Young of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. 3157 from Hannah Harrison of Montague, California. 3134 from Kay Bardee of Redmond, Oregon. 3159 from Scarlett Carney of Carbondale, Colorado. 3160 from Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. And 3161 from Michael Voloshin of Craig, Colorado. This is the entries for Class 22. This is the last class within our Junior Heifer Calf Division, number 1. Your grand champion Shorthorn bull comes from your senior division. That is entry 4881 from Wise Shorthorns and Studer Shorthorns. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn bull comes from your second division, which is your early spring bull calf champion. That is entry 4863 from Paint Valley Farms. Congratulations to our Shorthorn bull exhibitors on their grand champion and reserve grand champion. Within our Shorthorn show, we will now take a pause for pictures at the backdrop. Our judge, Dr. Dale Nichols, will make his way down there. Don't forget the official livestock photographers at this year's 2025 National Western is Legacy Livestock Imaging. No cell phones are allowed at the backdrop. Please allow Heidi and her crew to be the ones who are taking the best possible photos of our champions.
Lots of differences of types and kinds in here, and I honestly think you could reshuffle the deck and make a case for doing it, but this is the way that I see the cattle today. The heifer that wins the class, I think, wins it in a pretty dominant fashion. I think she's the highest quality one that we have in here that combines a great deal of eye appeal and soundness of structure while maintaining enough power and enough muscle, correctness of shape down her top and in her hip. A good-bodied female. It's got extra length of body. I like that about her. The heifer that's hard for me to place in here is this heifer in second. She's big. She's stout. She's got a ton of hip. She's bigger boned than the heifer in third. I wish she moved out just a little bit better today, but I'm going to go ahead and keep her in second because there are so many good parts and pieces to her. Yeah, you could tone her down into that shoulder a little bit, but I think there's a lot of heifer there. Young man's got a nice heifer here in third. She does move out, I think, a little truer off those rear legs, but on the other side of the coin, maybe just in a close placing, gets out measured a little bit by that heifer that goes out in front of her, but I think a super good one with a lot of future to her there in third. Come into a pair of heifers next in fourth and fifth that are similar in a lot of ways. I think there's more true body in the young lady's heifer right here that's coming out next compared to that heifer that follows her. It's really a long-sided heifer. You might just see her drop down a touch more in that lower third compared to some of these other females. The three heifers that wrap up the class, heifers that's got excellent frame and length, beautiful headed type of heifers, but some heifers that maybe aren't traveling the best today or that just give up a little bit more in terms of balance and eye appeal. Thank you.
Your results for Class 22 of your Angus ROV show: 8th place, 3150 from Riley Ann Green. 7th place, 3151 from Neela Babols. 6th place, 3134 from K Bar D. 5th place, 3159 from Scarlett Carney. 4th place, 3157 from Hannah Harrison. 3rd place, 3170 from Daniel Young. 2nd place, 3161 from Michael Voloshin. And your class winner, 3160 from Allison Friesen. At this time now, we will bring back our class winners from classes 19, 20, 21, and 22. Our judge will select our champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves for division number 1.
Well, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in this very, very competitive division. It's been some tough classes to sort through, but I'm certainly happy with the champions that have found their way to the top. I think it's going to make a very nice pair of heifers that we'll select for champion in reserve. As we do that, please join me in congratulating these guys with a nice round of applause.
Your champion junior heifer calf for Division 1 comes out of Class 22. That is entry 3160 from Allison Friesen. We will now move the second place from Class 22 into the next position. Our judge, Jake Scott, will now select your reserve champion junior heifer calf. Your reserve junior heifer calf for Division 1 comes out of Class 21. That is entry 3148 from Hayden Hoffman. Making their way into the ring is now Class 23. Class 23 of our Angus ROV show consists of entries 3163 from Jace Dickerson of Paradise, Kansas. 3166 comes from Daniel Young of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. 3167 from Keegan Caroline Mather of State Center, Iowa. 3172 from Riley Ann Green of Hardin, Montana. 3173 from Jack Gillette of Roy, Montana. 3175 rounds out our class from Tyler Kraft of Fort Collins, Colorado. These are entries that are slated to make up Class 23. We welcome everybody back over to our Shorthorn show ring, which is our southern show ring. We have now in the ring class number 1 of late spring heifer calves. These are our purebred females. We have entry 4891 from Alden Vaughn of Maxwell, Iowa, and 4892 from Brock Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. These are the 2 entries that make up class number 1 of our purebred female show.
Well, a super competitive set of heifers, and especially in this top 2, there's sure some give and take and some back and forth on them. But I think the young man's heifer that ends up winning the class does some things that I really like in terms of extra shape and extra dimension in her top. When I get behind these 2 heifers, I think there's more heifer right here with this heifer in first. I see it right in behind her shoulder. I think she comes out wider and square with more real meat and muscle, and especially when you get back into her hip, she's more pulled apart there in her pin setting. She's got more thickness that goes lower into her hip than does the bigger heifer in second. And for me, she's probably more sensibly sized. At 1,000 pounds, I think that's plenty enough for me right now. But I realize in taking a heifer that's maybe a little more moderate than that heifer in second, we give up just a little bit of bone work. And that's something I really like about this heifer in second. She's beautiful from the side. She's feminine. She's elegant. I like the body. I love the stretch in the silhouette. But I really like that extra bone work that she has. And this good heifer, I think she's adequate in terms of muscle. But in a close pair of high-quality heifers, she's a little rounder and plainer over that top. Don't think she's as powerful in her hip. Young man's just got a good production female right here in third. She's sound structured, she's long-sided, she's good-bodied, not quite the pizzazz of those 2 heifers in first and second, but lots of performance, lots of real-world good in that heifer. And then the 2 females that wrap up her class, I just like to see better from a structure standpoint. Whereas the young lady's female wants to turn out a little bit in front, the gentleman's heifer gets a little extra set to those back legs. But a great class of females. Congratulations to all involved.
Your results for Class 1 on your Shorthorn show. Second place, entry 4892 from Brock Ruby. First place goes to entry 4891 from Alden Vaughn. Up next within our Shorthorn show, we will bring in class number 2 of late spring heifer calves. We'll have 2 entries in class number 2, 4890 from Brigham DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas, and 4895 from Elia Beach of Palmyra, Nebraska. Your results for class 23 in your Angus ROV show. 5th place, 3173 from Jack Gillette. 4th place, 3167 from Keegan Mather. 3rd place, 3166 from Daniel Young. 2nd place, 3175 from Tyler Kraft. And your class winner, 3163 from Jace Dickerson. Up next in the ring at this time for your Angus show is class 24. Class 24 is our last class within the division of junior heifer calves for Division 2. We have entries 3178 from Claire Ann Mernon. 3181 comes from Pfeiffer Rosenberger. 3182 from Paige Gonzalez. 3184 from Ashton Dillow. 3186 from Katie Collison. 3188 also from Katie Collison. And 3189 from Blair Heath. These are the entries that will make up Class 24 of your Angus ROV show. Your results for Class 2 of your late spring heifers: second place, $48.95 from Alaya Beach. First place, $48.90 from Brigham DeBoard. At this time, within our Shorthorn show, we will have our judge, Dr. Dale Nichols, select your champion and reserve champion late spring heifer calves. We will have our first place and second place entries come back from classes 1 and 2. In your Shorthorn show, your champion late spring heifer calf comes out of Class 2. That is entry 48.90 from Brigham DeBoard. Your reserve champion also comes from Class 2. That is entry 48.95 from Alaya Beach.
As we work our way through some of these older heifers now, I think there's a pretty evenly matched set that logically go together in first and second. They're the stouter featured, bigger boned, bigger footed heifers that for me in this class just have a lot of cowiness and broodiness and maternal to them. I love the body, I love the width, I love the power and the density that they have. And I think between the two heifers, I just think the heifer in first balances up a little better. Kind of like the way she carries her chest just a little better. I love that levelness of hip, squareness of pin setting, correctness of tailhead that she has in her. I think a super, super good cow prospect. Like I said, the heifer in second's made a lot like her in my opinion. I like the bone, I like the chest width, I like the thickness. It's a little more prominent in that brisket today, and that's kind of what separates them. Just a big, beautifully presented heifer that comes to us in third. As much bone as anything, and that's saying a lot in a class where there's some really stout bone ones. For me, that heifer narrows up more in her chest, narrows up a little bit more in her forerib. I just like to expand her there. The two heifers that complete the class, both very high quality. Like the shape, like the power of the young lady's heifer here. I think she gives up some body and balance. And just a green heifer here that gets out measured by some of these bigger, horsier, stouter heifers, but has a world of future. Some real good pieces in that heifer. Congratulations on the exhibitors in this class.
Your results for Class 24. Fifth place, 3178 from Claire Mernon. Fourth place, 3181 from Pfeiffer Rosenberger. Third place, 3189 from Blair Heath. Second place, 3186 from Katie Collison. And your class winner was entry 3188 from Katie Collison. At this time, within our Angus show, we will bring back our class winners from classes 23 and 24. Our judge will now select your champion and reserve champion junior heifers for division number 2.
Now over on the Angus side, as we look for our division champion, in my mind, I'm thinking about these two heifers kind of as Beauty and the Beast. And this heifer is so attractive over here, so elegant, so beautifully presented. She's feminine. She's great up through her head, her neck, and her shoulder. Excellent in her lines, her correctness of skeleton, all very, very good. And then you've got just a powerhouse beef heifer that's got a lot of squareness and bone and foot size and stoutness. And I guess for me, as much as I admire both of the heifers that are out here, if I think about perhaps some of the type and kind that we've used already today, I'm going to congratulate the young lady and make her your division champion. Nicely done.
Your champion junior heifer calf for Division 2 for your Angus show comes from class number 24. That is entry 3188 from Katie Collison.
For me, again, as much as I compliment the young man's heifer, I think it makes the most sense to keep that pair of heifers together. Congratulations to the second out of that class. She'll be your reserve. You bet.
Your reserve junior heifer calf for Division II comes also from class number 24. That is the second place entry, 3186, from Katie Collison of Lake City, Iowa. Within our Angus show, we will pause momentarily for a break while our judge makes his way to the facilities. We'll get continued on with our Shorthorn show at this time. In the ring is class number 6. Class number 6 is early spring heifer calves. We have in this class 4,900 from Vogel Shorthorn Farms and Amelia Abram, 4,902 from Julia Lyons, 4945 from Paige Parker. 4903 comes from Alexa Turner. 4905 comes from JC Stutzman. And 4906 comes from Hadley Kirst. These are the entries that will make up your class number 6 on your Shorthorn side. Results for class number 5 of the class that was previously in your Shorthorn ring. Third place went to 4897 from Kinsley White. Second place went to entry 4896 from Aisley Beach. And 4898 was your class winner from Colton Greenhorn. We'll continue on with our Angus ROV show. Moving in the ring now is Class 25. Class 25 has a single entry, 3191 from Samantha Prouty of Corning, California.
Well, this next division starts off, as they said, with a single entry class and a really nice type of a female here. It's got a pretty head, very nicely designed in terms of her pattern, got good body shape, especially down in the lower third of her body, got some bulge and turn to her hip. Congratulations on a nice class winner.
The results for Class 25 on your Angus show. First place, 3191 from Samantha Prouty. Coming in the ring this time is now Class 26. Class 26 has entries 3193 from Briggs Krause of Belgrade, Nebraska. 3194 from Brielle Gonzalez of Pemberton, Minnesota. 3195 from David Smith of Boulder, Colorado. And 3198 from Ella Brooks of Prophettown, Illinois. Those are your entries that make up Class 26.
Boy, what a tremendously good way to start this new division. We did have a single entry, but our first class with numbers, and I think these heifers are really powerful. Love the heifer that starts this off. This is a female that I think's got a real balanced, level look from the side. I like her bone. I like her soundness of structure. She goes around the ring. Good and honest in her condition, especially as we're getting into some older heifers. Boy, she's so trim and genuine through her neck and chest, through the lower third of her body. She does a lot of things right for me. Not to take anything away from the young man's heifer here that's going to place second. On the stand, I love this heifer. Cool in her design, long and level in her hip, a great rib cage, and she too is feminine and maternal and just really attractive up through the front third of her body. However, I think she sorts herself into second on the move, whereas today she's just a little shorter strided in the way that she travels. Young lady, you drew up in some pretty deep water here. You've got a really thick, good boned heifer, but gets in a class with some heifers that are pretty elite for balance. Congratulations to all three.
Your results coming in for Class 26 of your Angus show. Third place, entry 3194 from Bree Gonzalez. Second place, 3193 from Briggs Krause. And your class winner, entry 3198 from Ella Brooks. Now making their way into the ring for your Angus show is Class 27. Class 27 includes entries 3202 from Seth Cox, 3203 from Tyler Kraft, 3204 from Addison Krause, 3205 from Lazy JB Angus, 3206 comes from Cooper Mernon, 3208 comes from Oakland Plamp, and 3210 comes from Chloe Boitnott. Over in your Shorthorn ring at this time is now class number 7. These are early spring heifer calves. We have in class number 7 entries 4907 from Kason Carlson, 4909 comes from Brock Studer, 4910 comes from Sarah Allard, 4911 comes from Lane Meek, 4913 comes from Donovan West, and 4914 comes from the Beach Family Shorthorns. Results from class number 6 on your Shorthorns. Sixth place went to 4945 from Paige Parker. Fifth place was 4900 from Vogel Shorthorn Farms and Amelia Abram. Fourth place was entry 4902 from Julia Lyons. Third place was entry 4906 from Hadley Kirst. Second place was 4905 from J.C. Stutzman. And your class winner for 6 was entry 4903 from Alexa Turner. While our judges continue to evaluate our classes in the ring, I want to make sure that everyone knows that you are invited. There will be a stadium arena celebration on January 19th, which is Sunday evening at 5 p.m. We're going to take the time to celebrate this historic arena because it's been crowning champions since 1909. You can join us in celebrating the stadium arena, a tribute to the champion livestock, dedicated exhibitors, and a rich history of excellence. There will be beer, cocktails, raffles, food, live music by the Eric Golden Band. It's all presented by Honor Show, the National Western Stock Show presented by Common Spirit Health, and Trans Ova Genetics. We appreciate everyone, and like I said, you are all invited. January 19th at 5 p.m.
Boy, we got one of every size, shape, type, and kind, I feel like, in our fall heifer class here. But all the way down, we've got real nice ones. And I know everybody wants to win, but I sure want to say I don't think there's a last place heifer in this class. But none that I like better than the young lady's heifer here that wins it. Again, the freshness, the leanness, the genuineness of condition, I think, is outstanding. I love her balance, her design, the body, the stoutness that she has. As we compare her to that heifer in second, I think she's better right at the ground in terms of her foot quality and her design. I think that helps her travel just as perfectly as anything in here. I think that's a real nice heifer to start with. Heifer that comes to us in second, another real green one, but a really high quality one. Good in her design. Love the length of body and especially that length and squareness that she has right there through her hip. I think she balances up as closely to our class winner as anything that we have out here. Heifer in third's a little thicker. She's probably got a shot more bone to her, but at the same time, for me today, I just see her as a little tighter back through that rear rib and flank, maybe not quite as chiseled out there in the way she connects through her neck and shoulder, but time, I think, is her friend. I really admire the way they've got her right now for condition. I think good things could be coming her way. The next heifer that comes out, some people may be a big enough fan of to start with her. She gets pretty out there for me just in terms of her size and her condition. Love all that bone that she has. I love the presentation, the silhouette, but she gets a little flatter for me, especially considering the size that she has. And then the two heifers that wrap up the class, good females. Both of them are fun to look at from the side. I just think they get out measured today by some heifers up at the front end of that class. Congratulations on a high quality set of females. Good fun group of kids that we have out here to work with, and a nice set of these fall heifers. I think the heifer that pretty easily has the most quality and just the most pluses is the heifer here that we've pulled out in first. She's very beautiful and attractive from a profile. She measures up with more bone than that heifer in second, really adequate in her muscle. I think in this class becomes the hardest heifer to fault and the easiest one to like pretty easily. Then, young lady, you got the prettiest smile in the whole class, I think. It's fun to watch you show your heifer. You've got a nice heifer too. I think it gets a little close between second and third, but your heifer sure matches up with our class winner in terms of her attractiveness. Look how pretty she is about her head, how clean she is in her neck and shoulder. She's long and level in her spine, got a good long hip, honest as the day is long in terms of her condition. And I certainly think it's worth mentioning, I think that's the first heifer that's come through the ring today that's north of 300 on her $B. That'd be an awfully fun heifer to see in a P&G show. And then a thicker, stouter boned heifer wraps up the class, but a heifer that gives you a little trouble in terms of her foot shape, and a heifer that drops her hips a little bit more on the move. Thank you.
Your champion early spring heifer calf for your Shorthorns comes out of class number 5. That is entry 4898 from class number 6 is entry 4903 from Alexa Turner. Your reserve comes from class number 5. That is entry 4898 from Colton Greenhorn. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champions. Now moving into the ring for your Shorthorn show, we'll move right along to class number 10. Class number 10 will have 2 entries, 4947 from Annalyn Beach and 4917 from Colton Greenhorn.
Well, I think an ultra good division of these heifers here, and although it's typical we don't have as many numbers as we did in our spring division, I think we really have some heat in this division with some heifers that I think are awfully good. Top to bottom, like the females, I think we ended up matching good, but I just think that there's a pair of heifers that fit together so well out here. I'm going to congratulate for your division champion, this young lady right here. Super good female today. Congrats.
Your champion senior heifer calf comes from class number 27. That is entry 3204 from Addison Krause. Your reserve champion comes from class 26. That is entry 3198 from Ella Brooks. Your results for class number 10 of your junior heifers on your Shorthorn Southern Show Ring. Second place, 49.47 from Annalyn Beach. Your class winner, 49.17 from Colton Greenhorn. In the ring at this time for your Shorthorns is going to be class 11.
Congratulations to this young lady on having a real well-deserved class winner today. Very nice female, very nicely designed, very beautifully presented heifer. I love her genuineness and an honesty of condition when you look at her in her chest. The lower third of her body, I think she's real in terms of that. Super, super complete female. Congrats again.
Your results for class 29 in your Angus show. First place, entry 3219 from Hayden Riley Hahn of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. Within our Angus show, we will bring up class 30. Class 30 consists of entries 3221 from Scarlett Carney, 3222 from Lane Toledo. Those are your two entries that will make up class 30 on your Angus show. In your Shorthorn show ring is class 11 of junior heifer calves. Within class number 11, we have entries 4919 from Peakview Ranch, 4921 from Bryn Jordan, and 4923 from Callie Turner. These are the entries that will make up your class 11 of junior heifer calves.
Thank you. A nice pair of heifers that we have to choose from, but really different in their kind. I prefer the young man's heifer here today. I think she's just really feminine. I love the squareness. I love the thickness. She moves around the ring with as much body and width as she has in just fantastic shape. Athletic. She's comfortable. She's sound. She gives you a great look from the side. The udder development that she has, I think, looks to me with just a beautiful udder, and I could just see her maturing into a really neat little young 2-year-old cow. Congratulations on a nice one. The big heifer's really nice too. A heifer that's pretty massive in her build and in her kind. She's got a lot of body to her. She's got a lot of length to her, so much so that she wants to break sometimes in her loin. I guess for as much as anything for me, I'd like to just see her handle her back leg a little more attractively as she goes around the ring today.
Your results for class 30 in your Angus show. Second place, 3221 from Scarlett Carney. First place, 32-22 from Lane Toledo. We'll move right along into class number 31 within our Angus show. Class 31 will consist of entries 32-23 from Kelly Ann Gaffney. 32-26 comes from Lakeview Angus. 32-28 will be from Spencer Allen Wright. 32-29 will come from Callie Flood. 32-30 will come from McKenna Galloway. And 32-31 will come from Adeline Lee. Class 31 is our last class within our division of intermediates. So upon the conclusion of Class 31, our judge will select your champion and reserve champions. Your champion junior heifer calf is entry 4917, coming out of class number 10. That is from Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. The reserve champion junior heifer calf comes from class 10 as well. The second place entry 4947 from Annalyn Beach. Up next, we will move right into class number 14 within our Shorthorn show. This is going to be winter heifer calves. We have a single entry within class number 14. Entry 4925 from Adeline Vaughn of Maxwell, Iowa. Your results for Class 14 on your Shorthorn show of winter heifer calves. First place entry 4925 from Adeline Vaughn. Up next will be Class 15. This will be senior heifer calves. Within this class, we'll have entry 4927 from Ava Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. 4928 from Vogel Shorthorn Farms of Rogers, North Dakota. These are the two entries that will make up class number 15. Class 15 is our last class within our senior heifer calf division. Your results for Class 15 on your Shorthorn Senior Heifers. Second place, 49.28 from Vogel Shorthorn Farms. First place, 49.27 from Ava Stutzman. At this time, within our Shorthorn show, we will bring back our class winners from 14 and 15. Our judge, Mr. Dr. Dave Nichols, will select your champion and reserve champion senior heifer calves. Your champion senior Shorthorn heifer comes out of Class 14. That is entry 49.25 from Adeline Vaughn. The reserve being from Class 15, 49.27 from Ava Stutzman.
Well, I think this is a super competitive pair of heifers in first and second over on the Angus side of the ring. And at the end of the day, I elected to use the more moderate heifer, but I think just in reality, she's not that moderate. I just think she doesn't happen to be as big as the one behind her. This is, I think, a more reasonably sized heifer who I love in terms of her skull shape, her neck, her freshness, and the way her shoulder blends so good from neck to shoulder to body. She's really good in terms of top shape and real muscle dimension down her top and in her hip. Handles herself good on the move. And again, compared to that heifer in second, I think a fresher heifer that I think is probably more of an ideal size for me today. The big heifer's striking. She's big, she's powerful, she's got a big foot and a lot of bone. I love all the parts and pieces of that heifer. For me today, I wish we could just tone it down a little bit in terms of size and maybe smooth her up just a little bit in terms of the way her shoulder connects into her forerib. But that's a powerful heifer right there in second. Two super competitive females. I like them both in first and second. Let's not take anything away from our third place female. More the size of her class winner, but relative to her height, she's extremely long bodied. I think this heifer's built a little different in the lower third of her body. She comes up a little bit higher out of that tail head. I'd like to refine that. She's a little bit shorter and coarser about that neck and shoulder, but there's a lot of power, a lot of shape, a lot of good in that female. The three heifers that remain, super good cow prospects. I love the body and the length and the foot size in this heifer that comes out next. Give her a little more balance. Maybe set her down on that hind leg a little different. The two heifers that complete the class just give up a little bit in terms of their soundness and balance out here today. Let's give them a nice round of applause. That was a tough class.
Your results for Class 18 on your Shorthorn show ring. First place entry 49.30 from Alexa Turner. Making their way into the ring for our Shorthorn show will be Class 19. Class 19 will be late spring yearling females. We'll have entries 49.32 from Vidalia Kimball, 49.33 from Colton Greenhorn, 49.34 from Curtis Genetics, 49.35 comes from Kylie Dustle, and 49.36 from Lane Blankenship. Those will be your entries for Class 19 on your Shorthorn Shorthorn show. Over here for your Angus show, Your results coming out of Class 31. 6th place, 32:30 from McKenna Galloway. 5th place, 32:31 from Adeline Lee. 4th place was 32:26 from Lakeview Angus. 3rd place, 32:29 from Callie Flood. 2nd place, 32:23 from Kelly Ann Gaffney. And your class winner was entry 32:28 from Spencer Wright. In the ring at this time for your Angus show is going to be your class winners. And our judge will select your champion and champion and reserve intermediate heifers. These are the first and second place winners from classes 29, 30, and 31.
Well, congratulations on this yearling division of heifers. We've certainly seen some differences in this division, types, kinds, sizes, but a nice set of females that we have here on the front line. For me, the heifer that I'm going to use to win it, I think she's very, very complete. I think she's a nice, sensible size that everybody can live with. I like her muscle shape. I like the femininity and the cowiness that she has about her. Congratulations to the young man here at the end of the line. He'll be your division champion.
Your champion intermediate heifer comes from class 31. That is entry 32:28 from Spencer Wright. Your reserve champion intermediate heifer is going to come from class 30. That is entry 32:22 from Lane Toledo. Up next in your Angus show ring is going to be class 32. Class 32 consists of entries 32:33 from Cooper Miller, 32:34 from Parker Rosenberger, 32:36 from Jace Dickerson, 32:39 from Rory Peterson, 32:41 from Chloe Boitnott, and 32:43 from Parker Chestnut. Make a correction on my announcements before. Your champion intermediate heifer was 32:28 from Spencer Wright, and the reserve intermediate also came from that exact same class, 32:23 from Kelly Ann Gaffney. Your results for Class 19 of your late spring Shorthorn yearling females. 5th place, 49.35 from Kylie Dustle. 4th place, 49.32 from Vidalia Kimball. 3rd place, 49.34 from Curtis Genetics. 2nd place, 49.36 from Lane Blankenship. And your class winner, 49.33 from Colton Greenhorn. In the ring at this time now is our class winners from 18 and 19. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion intermediate females. Your champion intermediate female comes from class 19, that is entry 49.33 from Colton Greenhorn. The reserve being from class 18, that is entry 49.30 from Alexa Turner. Well, up next for your Shorthorns will be Class 22. Class 22 is early spring yearling females. This is the only class within its division. So first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion early spring females. Within Class 22, we have entries 49.37 from Sarah Allard, 49.38 from Gabriella Leon, 49.39 from Paisley White, 49.42 from Eisenhower Cattle Company, and 49.43 from Alexa Turner. These are your entries that will make up Class 22.
Well, here's another one of those big-time competitive classes that you'll probably think back on at the end of the day when I leave here. Really good cattle all the way through this, and I think different ways you can place it. I'll say that right up front. I like the heifer that wins it, though, pretty darn good. A heifer that's just beautiful from her profile standpoint, but still yet has got something to her in terms of top shape, thickness of hip, stoutness of bone, foot size, but I think puts it all in a real genuine package in terms of her freshness and leanness of condition. Still beautiful up front. I think that's a real nice place to start. The heifer in second, I honestly think you can move around. This is a heifer that follows our class winner in terms of that kind of elite profile, really chiseled out, beautiful silhouette, really good in terms of her condition. She's super, super, super sound. What I don't like about her is her head. I changed the shape of her skull. She gets a little plain up there in her head for me. There's a lot of positives in that heifer. She's ultrasound, and so just on the basis of how good her pieces are, I'm going to keep her in second today. Young man's got a real stout one in third, big topped and big hipped, big boned. This is a heifer whose tail head starts to come up out of her a little bit. Perhaps she's got a little more crest on the top side of her neck today. Of these top heifers, the fourth place heifer's the most moderate heifer. Don't hear me say she's a little one, but I think with that moderation perhaps comes just a little more compaction when you study the length of neck, length of side, and as much as I love the body and the stoutness of her, you might stretch her out just a little bit to put her in the same category as the heifers that placed above her. Love this young man's heifer on the side. She narrows up a little bit too much for me in terms of her pin placement, flatter up in the top side of her rib, but I don't think you can make one any better from the side. Young lady, you got into a tough class, but you brought us a real thick-butted, good-boned heifer. She's just a little fatter than I prefer today and needs some more balance to go along with it. Thank you.
Your results for Class 32 on your Angus show. Sixth place, 32-34, comes from Parker Rosenberger. Fifth place, 32-39, from Rory Peterson. Fourth place, 32-33, from Cooper Miller. Third place, 32-36, from Jace Dickerson. Second place, 32-41, from Chloe Boitnott. And your class winner is entry 32-43 from Parker Chestnut. Making their way into our show ring will be Class 33 on our Angus side. Class 33 will consist of entries 32-47 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow, 32-50 from Sloan Curtin, 32-53 from Jace Dickerson, 32-54 from K Bar D, 32-55 from Caitlin Poser, and entry 32-58 from Kimberly Gray. Those are the entries that will make up Class 33 of your Angus show. Your results for Class 22. In your Shorthorn show, 5th place, 49.37 from Sarah Allard. 4th place, 49.42 from Eisenhower Cattle Company. 3rd place, 49.39 from Paisley White. 2nd place and your reserve champion early spring female is entry 49.38 from Gabriella Leone. And your class winner and your champion early spring female is entry 49.43 from Alexa Turner. In the ring at this time for your Shorthorn show is now Class 25. Class 25 is junior yearling females. We have a single entry 49.44 from Colton Greenhorn. Your results for Class 25 of your Shorthorn show. 1st place and your champion junior female is entry 49.44 from Colton Greenhorn. At this time within our Shorthorn show, we will bring back all of our division winners. Our judge, Mr. Dr. Dale Nichols, will select our champion and reserve grand champion Shorthorn females.
Really a powerful female here that's going to win this class, especially in terms of width. She's wide-chested, she's wide-bodied, she's extremely thick and wide and meaty from behind. As you would expect, there's a lot of volume and capacity and body in that heifer. But I think what's unique about it is that for as much dimension and just raw power that she still has, between the two heifers, the more attractive head and skull of the pair. I think her neck sits up better on her shoulder. She's cleaner underneath her jaw and through her throat, down through her chest than is our heifer in second. When we watch this heifer move, I'd like to strengthen her in her loin today, maybe bring her down just a little bit in terms of her tail head, and that's what I like about the heifer in second. Heifer in second's a slightly larger framed heifer that might have a rib of extra length in her. She does maintain more strength and levelness through her loin as we watch them, and she sits down in that tail head a little better. Lots of bone, and in her own right, lots of power. I would like to change her up through her head. I just like her head to fit the rest of her just a little bit better, clean her up underneath as well. And then the real clean made, real lean heifer comes out here. I love her parts and pieces. at this stage of the game, I wish there was just a little bit more of her. I'd like to strengthen her up in her forerib and maybe see her carry some of the mass of the heifers in first and second. As good of an EPD'd heifer as we've had in several classes, completes the class, bold in her rib, just like to change her from a balance and structure standpoint.
Your results for Class 33 on your Angus show: fourth place, 32.54 from K Bar D. Third place, 32.58 from Kimberly Gray. Second place, 32.50 from Sloan Curtin. And your class winner, 32.47 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow. Up next for our Angus show will be Class 34. We'll have Class 34 entries: 32.63 from Gunnar Lane Gore, 32.64 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow, 32.66 from Lane Toledo, 32.68 from Suter Clark, and entry 32.71 from Ann Damron. That makes up Class 34. In your Shorthorn ring, we have our Grand Championship drive. Our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, will be selecting our champions. Your champions from your first division of late spring heifer calves. Your champion, 48.90 from Brigham DeBoard. The reserve being 48.95 from Elia Beach. From your second division of early spring heifer calves, your champion, 49.03 from Alexa Turner. The reserve being 48.98 from Colton Greenhorn. From your third division, which is your junior heifer calf division, your champion, 49.17 from Colton Greenhorn. The reserve being 49.47 from Annalyn Beach. From your fourth division of senior heifer calves, your champions, 49.25 from Adeline Vaughn. The reserve being 49.27 from Ava Stutzman. Your fifth division, which is your intermediate champions, 49.33 from Colton Greenhorn, the reserve being 49.30 from Alexa Turner. Your sixth division of early spring females, your champions, 49.43 from Alexa Turner, the reserve being 49.38 from Gabrielle Leone. And from your seventh division, which is your junior and last division of females, your champion, 49.44 from Colton Greenhorn. These are your division winners. For your judge to select your grand champion and reserve grand champion Shorthorn females. Your grand champion Shorthorn female is your champion intermediate. That is entry 4933 from Colton Greenhorn. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn female comes from your 6th division, which is your champion early spring female, entry 4943 from Alexa Turner. Congratulations to all of our Shorthorn exhibitors. Once again, pictures at the backdrop are available via Legacy Livestock Imaging. We'll now hear from our judge on our Angus side, Mr. Jake Scott.
Another real powerful set of bred heifers that we're sorting through here. I love both the heifers in first and second, but at the end of the day, after studying these heifers really closely, I think the young man's heifer is the soundest of the pair. She's so good in terms of her pattern and how everything fits together on her. Her head is so attractive, her neck is so neat, her shoulder is so flat and smooth, and then the way all that transitions into a good, honest, genuine rib cage. Heifer lays a good top on top of it, comes back to a good hip, and I feel like as we watch these heifers travel around the ring, she just moves in a truer fashion with her feet going more straight and forward than perhaps the heifer does sometimes that's in second. The heifer that's in second is extremely powerful. She's a big-hipped, big-boned, big-footed heifer, but again, being ultra-critical on a good pair, the way that heifer's shoulder at times goes into her forerib, and then watching the way that heifer maybe gets a little side to side in the way she tracks off those back wheels. In a close placing today, I leave her in second. Young man's got an awesome heifer in third. She's so stylish and well built. I love her from the side, but in this class, she's a little flatter in the way she handles the middle and lower portion of her hip as she goes away from you. Young lady's got a super stout one that rounds out the class, just needs to be better in her spine and off of her rear legs.
Your results for Class 34 on your Angus ROV show: 4th place, 3271 from Ann Damron. 3rd place, 3266 from Lane Toledo. 2nd place, 3264 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow. And your class winner, 3263 from Gunnar Gore. Making their way in the ring at this time now for your Angus show is going to be Class 35. This is our last class within our division. Class 35 consists of 3 total entries on paper. Entries 3273 from Ashton Dillow. 3279 comes from Hunter Anderson. And 3280 comes from Seldom Rest Farms and More Cattle Company. Those are your 3 entries that make up our last Class 35 of our Angus ROV show.
What a competitive show that we're in the middle of right here. Three heifers that I have no doubt in my mind have been successful in different places at different levels, and I think their success is probably still yet to come as they mature into cows. I think these will be three just outstanding females for these breeders. But the way that I see them today is I think the female that I've got pulled out here in first in this class is a more sensibly sized female than the one that follows her, and I think she's as good as anything in here from the side and on the move. I love her up through her head. I like the neck and shoulder of this female. Her skeleton's really correct in terms of the height at the point of her shoulder, her strength and levelness down her top, the balance and levelness she has across her loin and out her hip. Fun to watch on the move. Big bodied heifer. Is she as stout hipped and big boned as this one in second? No, she's not. This heifer is ultra powerful here in second. As much just mass and substance as I think you can pack into one. But on the other side of the coin, she also comes with a little bit more coarseness through that front end, and there's just a lot there. She's getting pretty out there in terms of size and weight for me, but I respect that heifer for as much as she carries. And then, young lady, I admire your heifer a lot here. She's going to place third today, but in doing so, you leave with a lot of compliments from me, because I think your heifer is beautiful and sound. I think her silhouette and femininity is awesome. Today she gets out measured in terms of width and shape and thickness and bone, but there's a lot of positives. No doubt that heifer is going to do some good for you in the future. Let's give those guys a round of applause on a super competitive class.
Your results for Class 35 of your Angus show. Third place, 32.73 from Ashton Dillow. Second place, 32.79, comes from Hunter Anderson. And your class winner was entry 32.80 from Seldom Rest Farms and More Cattle Company. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion junior yearling females.
Well, first and foremost, give these folks a nice round of applause on this particular division. Great job. Boy, cattle just presented and shown so well, and I think the quality is excellent. And I don't sit here and pretend that there aren't other options other than the ones that I picked, nor will there be other options than the ones that I'm fixing to pick. I think that says a lot to the depth of quality in these classes and the depth of quality in this particular drive. I just want to recap these real quickly and let you know how I'm seeing them again. I think this is an intriguing heifer up at the front of the lineup. I think she's pretty genuine and fresh in her condition. I like her length. I like her kind in that she's got some foot and some bone. She's got a good top, and she's good at the upper part of her hip there. I think a heifer that balances up nice from a femininity standpoint. Does some things really good. Probably not the most massive-bodied heifer that we have out here in the lineup, but I think she's adequate in that regard. A heifer that is very, very massive is this one standing in the second hole, and she's a little different in our lineup, quite honestly. She's maybe a little chunkier in her build. She's not as long and stretched out in her kind, not as sweet up through her neck, but my goodness, is there a lot of heifer there. I love her shape. I love her boldness. I love her rib, the bone that she has, and she still manages to handle all that well on the move. It's a real intriguing cow prospect. Young man fought his way up to a class-winning position out of a tough class here with this heifer in the third hole. She stands out here, I think, as one of the real attractive heifers. She's got a beautiful silhouette, and she surprises you, I think, when you get behind her, the amount of thickness that she has. She's a sound-moving, sound-structured type of heifer. She probably doesn't overwhelm us in any one area compared to some heifers out here, but I think she's very fault-free. And then the heifer standing at the end of the lineup is probably one of my favorites from the side view. I think she's so good in terms of her head, her femininity, the breed character that she has, neck attachment, her skeletal design is just awesome. Is she the most overwhelmingly muscled, thick heifer that we've seen out here? No, she's not. And the question you have to ask yourself is she thick enough to go on to the next level? Is she powerfully built enough? And I think you consider her bone, the top shape, the width of pin that she has. The answer to that question for me is yes, and I'm going to use her to win the division. Congratulations.
Your champion junior yearling heifer comes from class 35. That is entry 3280 from Seldom Rest Farms and More Cattle Company. Your reserve junior yearling comes from class 32. That is entry 3243 from Parker Chestnut. And now, our grand and reserve grand champion female drive. Making their way into the ring is all of our division winners for our Angus ROV show. From your first division, your champion summer heifer calf, entry 3105 from Hayden Riley Hahn. The reserve being entry 3102 from Madison Fisher. From your second division, which is your junior heifer calf division number 1, your champions 3160 from Allison Friesen, the reserve being 3148 from Hayden Hoffman. Your third division, which is your junior heifer calf division number 2, your champions 3188 from Katie Collison, the reserve being 3186 from Katie Collison. Your fourth division, which is your senior heifer calf division, champions 3204 Addison Kraus, and the reserve being 3198 from Ella Brooks. Your fifth division, which is your intermediate heifers, your champion 3228 from Spencer Wright, the reserve being 3223 from Kelly Ann Gaffney. And rounding out our grand drive is our seventh division. That is going to be our junior yearling division. Your champions 3280 from Seldom Rest Farms and Moore Cattle Company. And the reserve junior yearling is entry 3243 from Parker Chestnut. These are your division champions in consideration for Mr. Jake Scott from Gordon, Nebraska to select your grand and reserve grand champion females.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I guess this is the moment that we've been waiting for here. You know, man, oh man, if this barn could talk, you think the stories it could tell. I just think back to my experiences, and it brings back a lot of memories for me. But there's so many of you in this arena right now and that are showing cattle today who have so many rich memories of this place. And I can't tell you, I thought Dr. Nichols did such a great job with his closing comments over there. I just compliment him. But to echo some of that, I can't tell you what an honor it is to be asked to judge a show anytime, but especially at a moment like this. You know, you think a lot about what you want to say, and you feel like you're supposed to say something pretty profound about the cattle. You think back in this barn, think about how many trends we've seen come and go through this arena. Probably some little bitty small frame cattle, probably some great big cattle, and we all look back at those now and kind of snicker and make fun of it and think about how we're better. But someday somebody will be looking back at us and thinking about whatever trend we're in right now and how we can do it better. But the trend I think I want to share with you in my closing comments really doesn't have anything to do with cattle. I want to talk about a trend of faith. It has become much more common and much more acceptable for people to talk about their faith with one another, and especially people that are judging livestock shows. You hear more people talk about their faith openly on the mic. That's something that took a lot of courage and boldness a few years ago, but now it's more accepted. I'm so thankful for the people that do that. And, you know, when we haul our kids to the National Junior Angus Show, for all the fun things that we do, one of the things that I sincerely am the most moved by is when a guy like Alex Tolbert will get up on the microphone in front of all the kids that we've gathered up at the National Junior Angus Show and share something about his faith. He'll share a Bible verse or a prayer or some sort of devotional. And you know, that takes a lot of boldness and courage to do that. I think it was Bob May at OYE this year who had a really great closing speech about his faith judging the steer show. Travis Penbrook, who, if you know Travis well, has had a really tough year, he and his family. But he had a powerful, powerful speech about his faith at the closing of Louisville when he judged it. What I would like my last words to be in this building at this Angus show is, yeah, sure, it took a lot of boldness and courage for people to get up and say the word Jesus in front of a crowd of people, knowing that you might get sneered at or judged, or somebody could say, I can't believe that guy's up there talking about Jesus. Yeah, maybe that does take a little boldness and courage, but my challenge to you guys is I hope that you all, if you haven't already, would have enough boldness and courage to hear those messages that have been said. And if you haven't considered faith in your own life, there's a real movement and trend going through the cattle business right now where we're openly talking about this with each other. And whether it's a Donnie Robertson or some of these guys that are more open with their faith, if you ever have questions, I hope you'll tackle it, because of all the important things that we've done here today, I don't think there's anything more important in life that we can do than getting right with the person who sent his son down here to bail us out of a lot of trouble so that we can have a life eternal. That's my challenge for you today. I hope you'll be bold and courageous enough to accept it. You've heard me say a lot about the cattle. I'm not going to say any more, but I'm going to pick two champions out that I love. Thanks for letting me share that with you, and thanks for the day.
Your grand champion female comes from your junior yearling division. That is entry 3280, owned by Seldom Rest Farms and More Cattle Company. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will be the reserve junior yearling 3243 from Parker Chestnut. Your reserve grand champion female comes from your senior heifer calf division. That is entry 3204 from Addison Krause. Congratulations to all of our Angus exhibitors. Appreciate Mr. Jake Scott from Gordon, Nebraska, judging the final Angus ROV show here at the historic Stadium Arena at the National Western Stock Show for 2025.